Oh, yeah. So tired. What day is it? The 4th? Jesus. It's Thursday. Which means we're 2 days away from waking up early and driving about 45 minutes to a tournament. And I'm still torn. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, let's do the nights, whatever. But then in my brain, I'm like, that's kind of boring. Right? Like, I feel like there's going to be other Chaos Knights players there. One of the world's best Chaos Knights players is going to be there. So I'm going to be there with a squad that's, like, not as good. Playing in a not as effective way. And I'm just like, maybe I'd be ineffective with something that everyone knows is ineffective, so it doesn't feel as bad. I could easily just switch over to my carnival list and call it a day. I don't know. Well, for today at least. We have things to paint. Kya! So I was tinkering a little bit last night with some concepts. We finished up the stone. We did the little special stone in the hand. Did the white armor, and then we did we actually took the nihilic oxide I wanted to test out, and we put it on parts to try to make it look oxidized, and it works. I think we actually did it on the bug as well. A little nihilic oxide in the ridges. A little bit more rendering on the blue, giving it a slightly lighter blue. So I think today we work up the brassing. I think we'll do a little bit more of the brassing, and then we'll go back in on the blue armor and go to the light gray to the white, to at least get their baselines done. This is a mossy desert. Try to de-chunk it. I'm still kind of torn though. Cause yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe we just lean into it, right? Like maybe we just go for the list that I don't expect people to play. I know I was told, like, we should represent the store and bring our best. And, like, I've done the best in tournaments with the Infernal Lance. And I was, what was it? It was 2-1. And I lost by, like, 2 points in the one that I lost. Using Infernal Lance. So, like, you'd think I'd feel pretty good playing Infernal. But I don't know. I feel like I don't get enough moments to like score points in Infernal. That's why Fiefdom does so well, because Fiefdom has all the fodder to score points with. I also got that new Marvel beat 'em up game. It's fun, it's short. And I don't see a lot of replay value to it. Maybe a bit expensive for how little I think I'm gonna get out of it. But then Routine dropped, I think today. That's actually pretty cool so far. It's like the same price too. Feels a little like Alien Isolation. I haven't gotten to a point yet. Like, I only played it for a little bit before stream. I haven't gotten to a point where you have to deal with, like, the robots or whatever's going on this moon base. So we'll have to see how that feels. I'm getting used to the mechanics. It has, like, a lot of gamification. Like, if you find a battery, you get, I think, 3 shots with the battery. And then once you run out, you have to kind of know where the battery recycler spots are. Because the battery recycler spots will let you get, like, a single battery charge. I guess off of the ones people recycled that weren't completely empty or something. It's a little gamified, but it's fine, probably. What's up, Fatmans? working on rendering up elements of the Canoptek circle. Making a Nurgle Fellblade? Nice. I love that almost everyone local to me who plays IG has basically universally all decided that, like, the Baneblade and Fellblade and all that, they're just not viable in games. But, like, they all own them. It's like they have this, like, secret big tank that they refuse to use. Meanwhile, most of us are just out here like, how do I fit my, my Primarch in my list? And they're just like, I just need to flood the board with people, and that's all I gotta do. Oh, jeez, Blaze. Don't scare me like that. What's up? Gonna make it kind of look like a Hammer Mortarion style, but like the Imperial Guard variant. Could be cool. I mean, it is easier to wet blend with that. I mean, you can always just add medium to your water-based paint, and it works the same way. There's different mediums meant to, like, slow the drying process. The glazing medium I have kind of does it, but it's not, like, super effective, but there's a bunch of options that will slow it down a lot. So, like, I mean, there's options, there's ways to do it. Because that was a thing I remember when I was taking my painting course. My Painting 101. The famous painter who was teaching us at the time. But like, when I say teaching, I mean she was collecting a paycheck and then just sort of like setting up still lifes and telling us to paint it, which is a whole different feel than actually learning how to paint, which at the time I wasn't really a painter. I'm still not by any stretch of the imagination. But I mean, back then it was that's good. It was like I didn't really know anything about it, so when the teacher's just like, "All right, paint this," and then like wanders off and leaves us to our own devices, there was just a level of like, But yeah, just look into alternate mediums to use if you're trying to wet on wet. Especially if you're trying not to really utilize oils. Because oils can be a hassle. They can. I'm not gonna cheat you out of some knowledge and be like, nah, oils are easy. They can be a hassle. Between the cleaning, the maintenance, all that stuff. Oils can take a minute. Alright, let's get the super thin highlighty lines in. We try not to use too much of this because it is a little weird what we're doing here. Just doing like these little red touch highlights. Mostly just for touches of extra color in the sort of pseudo metallic. Then I gotta figure out what we're doing with this staff. We might make the top part the same as the rest of the metallic, but I want to do something different with the neck. You all up to. We got one person making a Nurgle Fell blade. At some point. I gotta check the tracking on where my demon princes are. I mean, I want to go psycho mode. What I would do is I would build the list that I was thinking of that other people have been using for the Grotmist detachment for K-Suns. And then just triple demon prince. Although I don't... Probably not the best idea to do that now. It's untested and I don't really know how to do it. I've seen other people, like big players, work it. And I kind of get it. A lot of it has to do with just being annoying with Terminators. Macro sockets. There's a chance we're going to go in on the bases with a dry brush and do like a darkened blue color or something, darkened gray. Maybe a darkened purple, I don't know. We're going to kind of do it around the border on the outside to try to like dry brush it up so that the middle looks glowing. I just want to give a little more life to the bases than what they get normally using this method. What was the I don't know if it, I think it was a kill team match. They took that Tau like really big landing craft and they turned the back of it into a kill team board. And they played using like weird rules like clouds are coming in. So like -1 to hit to everyone from ranged attacks. That was a pretty cool idea. Because the back of that vehicle is pretty flat. It's like semi-rounded. What's up, Francois? How's the other leg going? I haven't gotten snow yet. We missed it. Which makes me sad. I like snow. Ooh, soulstone runs. Are you going to be rendering soulstones, or are you going to be tech painting soulstones? Where you do like the silver undercoat and then like the ard coat and color over top of it. Or you're doing like, I guess the best way to describe it would be like non-soulstone. I'd like kind of like non-metallic metal of gems. I guess that would be it, right? Like non-gemstone. Push this to their ultimate conclusion. We'll grab the Nihilic Oxide and just go over them. Hit it with the oxidization in the joints, around the edges. And some of the seams. Like oxidized copper or something, oxidized brass, just a little bit. I have not personally magnetized a Gladiator Repulsor, as I do not play Space Marines. So I haven't had the real shot at doing it. I think it is pretty easy, because I think one of the people at the local store has done it. And it was just like a couple components he needed to magnetize. I don't even know if he magnetized him. He might have just did like friction. Although I think the cannon, like the barrel, actually does need to get magnetized. Can't remember. Yeah, if it pressure fits, that's the whole thing. Just make sure. Because, like, I'm doing pressure fit for these guys. Because the poles that go into their back are pretty long. And it really does work. I might have to, like, run the pinning vise into the holes that are on the backs of the normal ones. Just to clear some of the paint out. But, like, they pressure fit really nice on these guys. There's only the one that I needed to magnetize, and that was the big guns. Because those actually go to a T-peg. And there's not a lot of space between the top hook and the cannon. Just make sure the pegs are good enough. Because I tried to do pressure for my war dogs and the guns that go on their backs. But the pegs that get used for that are so short that I really needed to magnetize. Because it just doesn't do it. Like, it just doesn't hold. What's up, Potato? Man, everyone popping in here. It's only 1 o'clock. Got about 2 hours before the dead silence hits. Doot, 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 doot. It's been a while since I busted out the Nihilic Oxide. I still like it. It's a great technical paint for just trying to make things look weathered and aged. Which again is kind of what I wanted to do with this general visual aesthetic for the Necrons. The idea that their Under Armor is just like really old, unkept, but then they have this like surface armor that they try to keep pristine. Because isn't that the whole thing with Necrons? Clinging to the past? Let's do the white armor. This is 2 tiers to work up. Gotta do the light gray. We already did the leader. I kind of did him off stream yesterday. I really hope I get to play against some like flavorful Xenos on Saturday. Like I know there's a detachment that plays into macrosites a bit. It would be wild to just like get there and have a person be like, here's my macrosite Necron army. I'd be like, what the hell? But I gotta keep it in my mind, we got a lot of local sweats who use Rogue Trader tournaments to practice for like the GTs, so gotta get used to that. I'm expecting most of what I run into tomorrow to be kind of meta. Or not tomorrow, but Saturday. This highly ranked Chaos Knights player probably going to be playing Fiefdom. Honestly, I might actually do well into. I'm not sure. Because if Fiefdom relies as much as they do on their cultists, I mean, I can basically render most of those squads meaningless pretty quickly and effectively. At least ineffective in what they're supposed to be doing. Sweats can be good if they're like, if they limit themselves to like the serious local tournaments, of which we have a lot. There's a lot of GTs that run in this area throughout the year. Like every once in a while there'll be like a comic book store that's like, we're running new games of 40k for new players. And I'll go there and there'll be like some of the top Chaos Space Marine players, like he's there, and like it's just weird. Like why? What's happening? What's going on here? Like, there's no prize pool, there's no nothing, it's just show up and do a mini tourney with a bunch of people who are new. Top tier guy just shows up. Full meta list for his favorite army. Jesus Christ. Okay. I guess the other question is how many people are going to be wearing those team jerseys that have the logo from the club that I made when I was like maybe like 20 years old. Maybe younger. I think I was younger. I think I was in high school when I made that logo. It's so weird because they wear it on their shoulders. So like you just walk into the room and you're getting ready for a tournament, you look around, there's just like 5 people wearing something you drew when you were like maybe 16, 17 years old. Just like on their shoulders, proudly displayed. Like, holy crap, dudes. I've gotten so much better since then. Kind of sucks. When I got back in, I was planning on going to that club and then updating their logo because I kept seeing it everywhere online when I was trying to keep up with them, and they would just like post it and they're like, oh, we're going to this event in Washington, blah blah blah, here's this logo, team logo, they had a banner, blah blah blah. Like, it was cool. And then I came out of college, I was like, I can make a way better logo for them. Let me do that. Already liquidated as a group. Now they just carry the memory. I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's just member hour. That's the group that's coming to this one. I didn't see anyone from Dumpster Fire. Maybe there are people from it. I think like the team captain of Dumpster Fire, he's like Swedish or something? Or like French? I think he's from Europe. And he came to the States to do a GT for the team-based 40K stuff. And then I did a tournament at like a small comic book and gaming shop. And he was just there. like he walked in. Like I just watched him do a teams tournament, I think in like either Baltimore or Washington, and then he just like showed up to this place to like be a part of just the general tournament. Maybe like a week after. It's like, dude, god damn it, bro. Let's see, member hour, Warcry, member hour. Don't see, yep, nope, there's Dumpster Fire. So some people from Dumpster Fire. At the very least, Sunbro will be there. Oops All Ones, although I think that's a small local group. The U.S. Army Esports team will be there. Legion of Extraordinary Gentlemen. God damn. Well, the thing is, all the people wearing the logo, I don't think any of them know me. Like, I don't think any of them remember me. I think in total there, I've run into one person I'm pretty sure I used to play when I was in high school. But, like, we only ever played, like, 2 or 3 games. All the other ones I haven't run into. So I'm literally seeing this large group of people I've never met before wearing art that I made. For a game that we've never played against like each other in. It's just it's so awkward. Just a weird feeling. You're talking like super large plastic flyer? Wait, plastic flyer. You're saying Thunderhawk? Do you mean a release of a larger plastic flyer? I could see that. What was the rumor mill recently? It's so big that I've been hearing it that a lot of the larger Forge World resin model kits, they're trying to figure out how to get them in plastic. Like they're trying to figure out if they can do like a almost like a Warlord Titan in plastic. Which I don't buy. I mean, it's not like on average Warlord Titans get pulled into like regular games, right? So like making it plastic still feels kind of like a waste. Especially the large stuff. Like, what is it? The Astraeus? That one guy kept winning GTs with, where it was like Guilliman, one squad, and an Astraeus. It's one of those weird lists that you don't expect to win, and then all of a sudden it does. I can't wait for that guy to win more GTs and then start seeing people at my locals with just like Guilliman and Astraeus in one squad. Expecting big things. Because that very much is a lot of the like people locally are like, yeah, I check Meta Mondays. This is the Meta Monday list or whatever. I think it's Meta Wednesdays now. Because the Meta Mondays guy got like busy with life or something. So now there's just a different group doing it. Well, Thunderhawk is almost the size of a quarter of the board, right? Like, I think I've seen the comparative to, like, a Terminator or something, and it's big. I don't even know if you can place it easily in the current meta. Imagine that thing having, like, Deep Strike on it. You have to still bring it in turn one. Just because, like, there'd be nowhere to Deep Strike it if your opponent moved forward. Supposedly there was a balance update that was coming out, like either next week or this week. Yeah, but it's like still restricted by terrain. If they need to expand on the hover rule understanding, I think. Because it's still a tank, which means its hull is important. So if the terrain is tightly packed, like if your wing goes over a section of terrain, I think you have to measure the up-E. Like the vertical distance, like it's weird. Although with most tanks, I think in at least tournament play, they do say that like it's more about the center mass or the base. At which point, I guess if center mass of the Hawk goes through like the middle points of terrain and alleyways and stuff, it'll probably be fine. But if they clarified hover a bit more, I might use my Helldrakes more often. I feel like an asshole when I use them, because like you see me moving a Helldrake, this huge, ginormous monstrosity of just foolishness, like through buildings, pretty much. Just like doing the middle part of it, kind of around the corner of a building, and then being like, that means it can go through, despite the wings being basically 6 inches apart. It just feels bad. But at least unlike the one guy from all that tournament drama, I don't pretend like the wings are high enough that you can't charge them. They certainly are not. No, yeah. What was they did it at like LVO, I think. They did the entire floor of one of the sides of like the big convention center was a table, and they did Titan battles over there for the narrative. So you basically were just like standing on this table with your Titans. It's like you're walking your child around or something. It was like really weird. And then I guess someone built like a super tall Titan, like a ridiculously sized Titan that they put in the main lobby. So when you went up the escalator, it was just like right next to you the whole way up. I mean, I think Thunderhawk is the only large-scale Forge World thing that I have access to as a Thousand Suns player. If I'm not mistaken. Because we don't have any other Forge World components right now. I don't even think we have Legends anymore. Like, I think they just got rid of all the statting. We might, I guess in general, Horus Heresy stuff is Legend for, like, everyone right now, right? I don't think I have access to an Osiren in Legend. But we might have like a Dorado or something. The Dorito Dread. kind of wanted a Doradero. When I saw it and it had like quad autocannons, I was like, yeah. Could see myself having fun with a Doradero. I mean, those are the big ones. I know there was a local like comic book store or something. No, I think it was someone's basement. There was someone that really enjoyed playing like massive scale games that would take like 2 days to play. And it was either, I think they might have been meeting at a comic book store. They would meet like right away in the morning. And then they would start it up, and the person that ran the store knew them, like they knew this guy, so what they would do is they would get like so far in a day, and then they would kind of like close up the room that they were playing in until they came back like the next day. And they would just play these massive scale games over the course of like 2 days. And there were only a few of us that could take part in it. I probably could have took part in it. Maybe not. I don't know. But it was one of the guys at our store who has a 100% almost... Like, okay. 100% insofar as, like, general units. But he had a 100% collection for Tyranids. And that involved the Haruspecs that he had one of, and then the flying one that I can't remember the name of that he had one of as well. I think it was called like a Harpy or something. But yeah, he'd basically play... He had one of every variant of everything in Tyranids. So he would bring that. The other person, I think, was the same way with Space Wolves. They would just play a game out. That would take like 2 days to play. Yeah, no, they can't do the 16-hour day because it's at a comic book store. People want to go home. But at the very least, they know them well enough that they're like, that's cool, we'll close the back room up, lock it so that people can't get in and steal your stuff, and we'll just open it up for you the next day. I can only imagine what turn 1 or 2 melee looks like in that game. Like, the sheer quantity of dice you'd have to roll in a Space Wolf vs. Tyranid, like, apocalypse level game. Where you just bring the buckets of dice. Yep, I still got a day to change my mind, though, about going as knights to this tournament. I've played a lot of Carnival. Like, I feel like I could swap to Carnival and be okay. Well, okay with the rules. I'm not planning on getting top 10 at this tournament. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get, like, bottom 5. It's not the goal. But considering who I'm going against, I'm probably going to get bottom 5. We're going to end up doing the Paul is bad as stuff tour, where I'm just constantly getting absolutely shreked. Yeah, so you'd like to do Crusades, Fatman. Sadly, the Crusade we started working on at this store, I guess, has taken a back seat to holiday and tournament season. Because we were doing really well with it. Like, keeping up 1 game a week into 1 game every other week kind of situation. And now we're just at that point of, like, alright, let's see what the next mission is. And then the guy doing it's not doing it because he's too busy. And he's getting hit with the work. Between his tournament runs. And like his general day job, which is just non-stop. Like, there was a local business that decided to, like, shut down. And I think declare bankruptcy or something. Or at least just shut down. Like, it was a restaurant. And the owner that recently bought it from someone else was like, it's not lucrative enough. I want to shut it down. So he just did. And he's kind of vanished. And the legal team that the guy that I know works with is like trying to find him because that guy owes him like a couple $1 million for like breach of contract with what he did. So like he's in the middle of that, doing his tournament runs. And he was hosting our crusade. Shit's crazy. Yeah, pie plates are always fun until you get that person who gets annoyed at your telling of where the pie plate lands. I remember calling a guest shot so perfect and then having the scatter end more perfectly. Like, called the scatter, and it was, like, almost on point. And then, when I rolled the dice, it landed, like, in a way better spot. And I remember the person that I was fighting against was, like, that was it. Like, he turned on his, like, this is bullshit mode. This is when we were kids. You've never experienced a game until someone's picking up their entire salamander army and throwing it in their box that they brought it in. Like, genuinely, not like just like tossing it, but just like winging it in there. Like parts coming out of the box as they throw them in. Oh. That was insane. Let's do the wires next. Actually, no. Let's do the metal touch-up. Because, like, some of these larger backplates have spots where there's, like, big chips where I wanted to put metal. I think I brought down his big hammer squad in one go. Was like the big issue. Defiler pie plate style. Like, I managed with our terrain that we had on the field to put everything in hiding in a way where nothing he had could see me. On turn one, and then he got turn one. I just remember stepping out and, like, wiping most of his army off the board in one go. My little plasma cannon pie plate was killing stuff from my blitz. It was crazy. Alright, I think we need to do the cerulean blue. Get the rest of the gemstones started with the cerulean. I kind of want to look up and see how the delivery is going for my baller demon prince with wings that I'm going to be making. Could probably start the bases for him. Jesus, it's arriving in 4 days and I ordered it like last week. Man, UPS backed up. Holiday season, man. Part of my brain was like, yo, if they get here today, we go in, I clear this table off, we get ready to airbrush, I build them tonight, we airbrush them, and rapid paint them tomorrow. Full tilt. We make the Grotmas list and we go. I wish someone could pay me the full amount of money I would need to live for like a year, right? To just get like one of the big Titans and then have like pure access to just any bits I would need to create like the most ridiculous conversion I could. I'd get like some LEDs in there. I would expound upon the what we did with my castigator with the like recessed statue carving approach to make it look like it's telling a story. We would do that on like every major armor plate and shoulder pad. Check my cook that I'm doing. I heard a sizzle. Yeah, we're doing okay. It's fine. I'd hermit it up though for a year, build that thing. Build little speaker system into it. Bluetooth mode. Figure out a way to like maybe put it all under something. Like if I could put all the power under like one shoulder pad, right? That way you can just magnetize the shoulder pad on, and then if it's time to like replace the batteries or do something, you just gotta pick the shoulder pad up. Get it all reset. Maybe even go absolutely crazy like that one guy did in the shorts reel that I kind of posted forever ago, where they figured out the hydraulics to put in the legs and hips to make it so that it can actually walk. Take that thing to a tournament, walk it through the front door. You could install one of those like rotational inner tracks that has a wire that just like spins around on the outside or something, so you could have screamers on it that are actually flying around. I think the moving eyeball would be cool, but I think what would be really fun would be like almost like a grid projector, like one of those construction lasers that produces like an actual grid in front of it, and then just every now and then it makes the that like horn noise from War of the Worlds or whatever, and then you just see like the grid appear on the ground in front of it, like it's trying to figure out how to shoot and where. actually make this blue rather than the glow. Should probably back the camera out a little bit. Give me a little more room to play with. We're getting so close to completion here. Stupid little macrosites. Alright, next up, we're going with the rendering, which I believe was Baharoth Blue. We might have to try to find one more layer up of blue. Try to lighten it up a little more. Like a stippling situation on the larger crystals. It's kind of supposed to feel like a gemstone, but also energy. It's kind of like the Xbox logo, which I mean that is basically the Xbox logo in here. Most classic Necrons have a lot of symbolism that just, when you look at it kind of from the outside, your immediate thought is always like, oh, that's the Xbox logo. The old monoliths were really bad for it. Like every component on them was pretty much a rounded gemstone with 4 triangular components holding the gemstone into the middle. It just turned it into an X. Been seeing a lot of the memes come out for the stealth suit kill team. They're pretty good. Not so much the team, but the memes. It's usually like a enemy in their deployment zone. I'm so weak. Enemy in my deployment zone. Unlimited power. The Rick and Morty. What is my purpose? To go out and get some points on a location and then die. Oh. It's a fun paint scheme. It was kind of always the idea that I had with Necrons. The idea that, like, the inner skeleton should be, like, old and decrepit. But then the outer components should try to be, like, pristine. Such a fun idea. People be mowing yards today, I guess. We gotta push it to an even lighter blue, which actually might mean that we lean into the blue we used as an undercoat for the white. 'Cause it's not bad. It'd be good to, like, get this color put back in like, different spots. I'm glad we stopped with the airbrush where we did. It would have been really bad if I did the blue over the armor and we lost the purple that we had. A little stippling. This guy's gonna be a little different. I do like how it came out on the Geomancer too. The Geomancer was kind of my big worry. What the hell was that? It's good it came out so well on the Geo. Good. Good. Base black, 35 coats, turbo dork, highlight full coat, metallic, final, highlight full coat, metallic, rose gold, iridescent purple glaze. Yeah, usually people hard coat just because it gives it that nice gem outer shell. I know some people do, they'll like put color in the hard coat to try to give it like a color outer shell. Because that's what Spirit Stone and all that is. The tech paints, like Spirit Stone, Waystone, all that. It's just pre-pigmented hard coat. It makes for a good system to like make things look really nice. Normally I just do like a platinum or a silver. And then I just put like Spirit Stone or hard coat over top of it. But you can get crazy with it, like what you're doing. If you add enough layers and different colors, it makes for a really cool looking gem. I just remember making my, I think it was the Harlequins. Oh no, it was even my Thousand Suns too. When I was like bulk painting them. I remember getting to a point where I was like, it's gemstone time. And I pulled out the silver paint. Just started going into every single model and finding where all their little gemstones were and just silver painting them. And then pulling out all 3 of the technicals for gemstones. And just picking and choosing as I went. After they all dried, we did like all 3 sorcerers, all 3 infernals, maybe like 40 of the 60 rubrics that I painted, 20 of the Terminators. Ugh, it was so many gems. And they were all so tiny. Magnus was the craziest. I put so many gems on Magnus. Anything that looked like an oval on his armor, I was like, that's a gemstone. Alright, let's hit this with the fluorescent blue. So it'll glow. Yeah, it's kind of the trick. If you have like a gemstone in mind, you can make it kind of work. It's that ard coat at the end that gives it that fun gloss that most gemstones get, which is nice. Oh, I forgot I gotta do the guns. Boop, 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 boop. Makes for some really cool results. It's kind of what led me to doing what I do with contrast occasionally, where I'll base coat like metallic and then I'll apply contrast over top of it, because you get some fun results. Like you get like a gunmetal down and then you hit it with, I want to say, Black Legion, and it makes like an obsidian, which just looks so cool. I imagine if it's an oil slick, shifters should help, which I think Turbo Dork is kind of a shifter, last I checked them. Because, yeah, you need to get those, like, multiple metallics in one thing. Smelling the kielbasa I'm making. Alright. Layer of fluorescent blue over the top. It'll push everything back a little bit, but should still look a little layered. Key thing is it is fluorescent blue, so should be blacklight reactive. Kind of the main thing I need out of this is the fluorescent element. We gotta figure out this staff and what color we want to make it. We'll do the wires next, though. It's a little more universal. Yeah, blue to purple is a good one. And then I think you got to find a way to put like a yellow in it a little bit, or like an orange. I wonder if you just mix like 2 shifters at once. I don't know. Because I got like a green orange and then a blue purple. And I feel like if you can nail that as a combination. Boom. Fluorescent blue. Nice. You too shall struggle with finding the perfect spot to put the camera. I think a lot of people have settled on the over the shoulder on their back left or right, depending on how they are in terms of left or right-handedness. My setup doesn't exactly allow me to put that there. Since the crossbar that I have is on the other side here, I'd have to move the crossbar all the way towards me to get that to happen. Which maybe one day we'll try. No, yeah, that is always the plan. Gotta figure out what you can do with what you have. Like, I've had people tell me there's an app you can do on your phone to turn it into a webcam if you're trying to IP stream it to your computer. That way you could do some detail shots that way. Yeah, I've got an for my desk I have the overhead clamp on. I kind of wish I didn't do the desk clamp on. I kind of wish I did like a freestanding, because when I do like shakies here, you kind of see it like through the camera, which is a little annoying, especially when you're getting like serious with paint. You start shaking the camera too much. Damn, Xbox Connect. People have done impressive things with that camera as like a third-party thing. I think there was a guy who was doing like almost like street art, but not really, where he put a bunch of Connects in a booth, and then you could like step into the booth, it would 3D scan you real quick, and then he'd print you out. So you could have a small bobblehead of yourself or something. Alright, so the blues are in. What was I thinking? Wires. We gotta do wires. We just gotta go over all the macrosites. Make sure I got all the wires in. Most of them are near the back tail. Some of them are in the under part of the head. This is the one that's already done. Was there a spot on this? Yeah. Look in here. Are these as good as tubes, or do I not? Nah, I don't need to do them as tubes. But the ones back here. After we finish the art stream today, if we kick on a little later tonight for a couple hours, like a gaming stream over on Twitch, you guys want to swing by? Because I got Routine. It's that new horror game. And I played like a couple minutes of it, and it's really cool. The controls are super unique in it. Apparently the way it goes is you kind of like... You can crouch super low to the ground. You have a gun that has a lot of stuff on it that you like... You can put... You turn the gun towards you and you like press buttons and do stuff with it. It's kind of a multi-tool. Like Like you can access dev consoles and stuff on different devices with it. It's one of those games where there's like a filter effect on it to try to make it look photorealistic, but viewed through like an old VHS recorder. Kind of like, I think it was Body Cam did it before. Takes place on the moon. In a space base where something obviously went wrong. And the way you sort of have to hit spacebar when you're walking around, and it kind of locks your feet in position, and then allows you to like kind of lean left or right, go onto your tippy toes. Like, it's kind of an interesting mechanic for controlling a character. To like look around corners, look under objects to try to find things. It's got a little bit of the GTFO vibes. I know most people probably haven't played that game either. It is one of my favorites. Probably only do it for a couple hours because I still have to edit tonight. Enamel paint? Nah. Enamel paint would be like fingernail paint, right? That was something I was thinking of doing. I don't know on what, though. I feel like you kind of need a black light for it, too. Or, not a black light, a UV light for curing. I think I was debating doing it on, like, the shells of Tyranid. Because you can get some weird looking stuff, man. Fingernail paint technology has far exceeded anything most people would expect. It does some crazy looking stuff. Yeah, but if it's enamel, don't you have to, like, cure it? That's why it would be smooth. Is because it's practically like a candy shell. Let me take a look. There's one of these guns I need to paint the wire on. I think. Or did I get it? Oh, I got it. Because it was this one. Well, super long dry time, but if you get a UV light, it should speed it up. Maybe. Let me double check. Heated paint booth. Ah, it's just heat. Let me just type in UV. Apply the paint. UV light cures certain. Ah, it's certain. So it would have to be a special enamel paint for UV light to work. Which, I mean, if that's not your goal, that's fine. There's no wires on this guy. Oh, I know, there's wires on his stomach. Which we've already done. But yeah, I haven't personally used enamel paint, so I don't know, like... I don't know the benefits of, like, mixing it. I don't really know too much. Like, right off the rip about how it works. But we got people local to here who they've like electroplated stuff as like their paint scheme. People get crazy in this area, man. There's one guy who just has a full electroplated Knights Army. That he themed as weed. With its symbology and everything. He's got Cannabis Rex. We might try the dry brushing of the bases today. I don't know. I do feel like we're just about done the models, though. Just comes down to the leader's staff. I don't know what I want to do with it. I don't think I want the mainline staff to be kind of the same as the wires. I was debating doing them as turquoise, but like, eh. Which means I kind of want to pick out other colors. Yeah, definitely test model the enamel, see what it does. I wonder what it sticks to. I wonder if there's like limits. I wonder when the tournament's gonna let out. Hopefully I'll be... It always sucks. I have, like, tournament weeks since I do the, I do the gaming podcast, too. And then the tournament weekends are always on, like, the weekends where new games come out that I actually want to play. Because the podcast I'm on is kind of, like, Nintendo-focused and stuff, and when we talk about games, it always goes that way. But there's a layer to it of like, oh, what did we play this week? And like, most weeks I play nothing new. Because it's whatever. But now this weekend, it's like, the Marvel game came out, which is fun, but I kind of want to point out that I don't know if it's worth the total amount. Maybe discount, because like, you'll beat it in maybe like 2 hours. The replay value is only really if you want to play with other people. And then that's it. Like it's over, you're done. But then to also play routine, and routine actually feels really good, but it does have problems, like the load time. It's got a little kind of like travel around and find where you need to go situation. But as you're doing it, you just keep pressing buttons. Then it's like, all right, the train's leaving. Load time. Do we tear through the guns now? Just to get them all prepped. I mean, the blue's all in the wet palette, so maybe. If we can finish these up, then we're pretty good. What else do we need to do? Most of them look like I've at least gotten to the point of the red highlights. This is the only one that wouldn't have gotten that far. Enough. Nihilic. Oxidization. What's up, Brosh? Going alright. We're creeping up on the chat goes quiet time. Actually, I think we're already there, right? Yeah, 2:56. About right there. It's also the time I tend to hyper focus in. Might as well. What you doing, Broshi? we're coming up on some of the final details. Hey man, we've been kicking it with them. This staff is one of the last components we need to worry about. Getting these guns finished up is also one of the last components we need to worry about. We're just adding the nihilic oxide for weathering. One of my favorite technical paints because it applies so well. Are you one of the many people on the Metroid Prime bus, or like me, are you in the boat of, I don't really care? That's always my favorite part about like Nintendo games that come out and people are like, oh, I'll just get it on sale later. What sale? What sale are you aware of that it'll come out on later? Let me get this just put on here so I can at least have a complete model. Boom. Yeah, when we're all like fighting the AI threat as it sends more Tesla bots at us, you're sitting there like, yo, Metroid Prime just went on sale. Got to send someone back in time to save John Connor. I got the Marvel game, man. The beat 'em up. It's okay. It's on it. Honestly, it's probably not worth the price. if you've got at least one, maybe two, between 1 and 3 friends who want to play it avidly, I'd say go for it, because it's pretty good multiplayer. Crank the difficulty up. But I think it's like 23 or something bucks on sale right now. I beat it in like 2 hours. There's really not a lot going on in that game that's outstanding. The way I beat all the bosses, you can't really do in multiplayer because you can't see it that well. But all the bosses are the same thing, which was a little annoying. Well, all but like 2 of the bosses. You kind of run over to the boss, wait for them to go into their attack animation, and then you block. Right as they're about to swing at you. You basically Dark Souls parry. And the moment you Dark Souls parry, you usually hit them for a huge amount of damage and then stun them for a little bit. And then you just punch them like twice. That gives them time to recover. And then when they recover, you do it again. Yeah, so if you got people who are gonna play it, that's cool. And then I also picked up today Routine, which if you're into horror games, it feels right off the rip a little bit like Alien Isolation. But it has really interesting controls, which we're probably going to play later today. I'm going to have some stuff to do in a little bit, but then maybe around like 7 o'clock I'll go live for a couple hours. In the Marvel one, yeah. If you block at just the right time, you parry. I think one of the characters doesn't block, though. I think they dodge instead of blocking. But my combo is Cosmic Ghost Rider and She-Hulk. So both of them are block-based. Cosmic Ghost Rider, when he parries, applies a damage over time debuff. And She-Hulk just hard stuns people for huge damage. Yeah, cross-platform. It's done. The way it cross-platforms is you're supposed to get... You make like a lobby code, basically. And then the lobby code is how people join you. I don't know if you can friends them when that happens, but at the very least, you just make a lobby code. But yeah. Routine looks like I might enjoy it. Hopefully routine's not too short. It might be though. Because routine's the same price. And I'm kind of feeling an interesting survival horror game. And one of the control methods in routine is you're supposed to like press spacebar. At least on PC, there's probably a button you hold on console. And it kind of locks your feet in position. And then when you press a direction, you'll kind of push yourself in that direction, right? So if you crouch, press spacebar, and then press down, you like lean really close to the ground. So you can see really far under stuff, which at times is rewarding. Like if you look under very thin, like bottom shelf situations, maybe you find batteries or something that you can use in your weapon. You can also press spacebar and then like press left or right and you'll peek around corners. The gun is kind of an all-purpose modular weapon that is more meant for repairs than anything else. So it has a little bit of that like Dead Space vibe to it where the weapon's not really a weapon. And so far in the game, I've come across a couple like projectors that when you have your gun out, you go to the side of it and you click Wi-Fi hookup, and the projector will turn into a sort of like back office screen. And then the back office screen lets you like check your mission that you're on, that you're trying to like complete to get to the next area. So it keeps you, it's like your journal a little bit, but it's also how you save. So like you'll go into the back office and there'll be a little thing that's like, do you want to save? It's kind of cool. I kind of like, I will be playing it later. I don't know if you'll be around for it. I'll say in the Discord when I'm going live with it, but I want to, we're so close to this. And I've got a couple hours left before I gotta get moving for chores. So I kind of want to get this done. Like we're right there. We're right fucking there, man. We're so close. We get these weapons done. We get the staff on the leader done. We grab a dry brush and I have a kind of a plan for the bases where we dry brush around the outer edge with like a light gray or something. That way it looks like the center points are glowing. And it helps reveal like the cracks and stuff more. It gives a little bit more, I guess, flavor to what's on the ground. Yeah, man. This is my buddy's birthday gift / Christmas gift, all in one go. All right, the fluorescents. this hopefully gives him the option of playing a little bit more. Up where he's located, that's where half the kill team groups that I know of play. It's so crazy because, like, there's places near here to play, and some of them live near here, but they won't go to those places. They're always like, man, this Thursday, 6 p.m., you ready to drive an hour each way? It's like, dude, no. Not at all. Probably also stand up and go pull the kielbasa out of the slow cooker. Grab a piece. Because technically that's my lunch. I'm eating a late lunch today. Boom. 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 What sound bomb? What happened? BRB. Oh, I thought you meant you heard a super loud sound. Yeah, no. It's freaking kielbasa. I'm gonna make me a sandwich real quick. Forgot to cut ventilation holes. Nom 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 nom. Oh. Oh, so good. Alright, what the hell are we doing with this? I don't know. So we either do the turquoise on the handle and then the coppery stuff up here and just have it be universal. Or we pick something else. I don't know. Let me think. I have an idea. Where'd my word bearers red go? Two red colors I need right now. Word bearer starts it up. Evil Sons finishes it out. That's what we'll do for the handle. For the top, I might do the gold that I use for my Emperor's Children. And then we dry brush the basing. also bust out my Magma Orange, get some real serious highlights on these. Fire Dragon. Side, we'll go on this side. Staff handle complete. Yeah, I'm starting to think we do the NMM gold that I used for my Emperor's Children. Grab another bite of this amazing kibasi dog. Nom nom. Ugh, so good. Okay. So the way this is going to work out. We start with burnt sienna. to hit it with a little bit of my glazing medium. Pull some pigment out of the brush. Let me actually just clean it. Sort of just dry brush down a little bit, get a little heavy-handed with it. Cool if some of the purple stays in. I'm not that worried about it. It actually kind of plays in nicely to what we're going to do here in a second. Cool bean. Step 2. Cadmium orange. Again, don't need a lot. A little bit of glazing medium. Now for this, you're supposed to go kind of around the bottom. Sort of dry brush up from below. But you want this on like the lower portions of most of the elements. There was a magma orange I used earlier. This is cadmium. Well, I used a fire dragon orange like a while before, but this is cadmium orange. Normally extremely bright, but with the glazing medium, it kind of reduces it a bit. Lastly, pale yellow. Very close to a white, but very clearly a yellow. I don't really glaze this as much, but this is like a draw down dry brush situation. We pull into the orange even. At least a little bit. This is very much a light touch, though. As Bob Ross would say, a whisper. This is really about the build-up, though. lot of breath holding here. Boom. See if I can't push the peaks a little bit. There you have it. The NMM gold of my Emperor's Children. Proudly displayed as Necron. We can even go a little bit further. The touch of this white that I have over here, very, very light. Don't want to pull too much away from the white that we already have. Alright, so the idea now that pretty much every unit is done is to dry brush the base a bit. We need a middling gray though. Grab a small dry brush. Specifically, this is for the outer edge of the base. We apply this now because we're going to apply the pigment shortly after. The dry brushing gives the pigment something to work off of, because we'll be applying that. And the way pigment tends to work is it's like very grainy, very small. So it needs something on its base, because we've already applied pigment to like one base and you can't even see it. So I kind of want pigment to play off of this like dark gray. The main reason I want to do this is because there is actually a lot of detail in these bases. And I kind of want people to be able to like see some of it. These are pretty decent dry brushes. We're actually almost fully done. That mix is pretty good. Don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow then. We might just do a gaming day where we just hang out and play games. I do want to play a little bit of routine tonight. It's definitely in my head is something I want to do. This is the one that already has the pigment powder on it. We have to go back over the ones we already did. With a little bit of water in the bristles, it kind of does like a nice gray. So a little bit more all over. Alright. I don't know. And because I'm going to be at a tournament, I probably won't be home by the time the Spawncast goes live. Which sucks, because I played a bunch of games. And I know he's going to talk about a couple things that I actually wouldn't mind chatting on. And I wonder if he's going to bring up... Because I think... What was it? Let me make sure I'm getting this headline right. Yeah, 2 days ago, Yacht Club Games claimed Mina the Hollower's success is going to be make or break for, I guess, the company? Let me make sure the quote's right. Yeah, they need to fire people, which sucks. Because I know Celia does a lot of stuff with us. And for the company she works for to be like, hopefully we sell more than 100,000 copies or we're going to be firing people. It's like, oh no. Okay. I need paper towel for this next bit. I'm actually surprised, because, I mean, it's Yacht Club Games. I always, in my head, associated, like, Shovel Knight with, like, real serious success. Right? Like, it's kind of how I always saw it, to the point of, like, they're fine. I sort of never expected them to be, like... to have that feeling of like constant struggle. But I guess it's been a while since they've dropped a game. I thought they did that like that large like almost publisher run. Because they were supposed to do like a 3D Shovel Knight, but I mean I haven't heard a lot about all the games I thought they announced that one time. like, they had the air of a company that was doing alright. And now they have the air of THQ. Which is not a good air to have. That sucks. I mean, I kind of expected it with Embracer Group, because Embracer was like, we'll solve the THQ problem by just throwing more money at it. And I was like, well, that's the problem that caused the THQ problem. Lack of understanding and just chucking money at stuff. But for Yacht Club to come out and be like, we got all this cool stuff coming, to immediately into, we might be friggin' firing a bunch of people. It's like, whoa. Because, like, I know a lot of people are like, Mina the Hollower is awesome. I don't think it has mass appeal. It's got nostalgia appeal, and that's cool. Hopefully that does well. But I actually had no plans on purchasing it. Which, now I feel like the asshole. But, like, it's not a game for me. I prefer the multiplayer, or I prefer extremely elaborate, interesting mechanics played together in, like, new and interesting ways. Within a genre that I'm all about in the moment. Like, that's why I was really happy with what I saw with Routine right off the rip. Really cool function. Well, like, none of my friends are gonna play it because it's not our game. It feels like it's not me being like, because it's bad. No, it's just not our game. Like, none of us. It doesn't fit the aesthetic of any of, like, the games me and my friends play. Like, it's just so far aflame, basically. And up until that interview, it was one of those situations of like, it's not really for me, but it's cool that it's going to do really well. And now it's like, uh-oh. It's just serving as the stark reminder of why game companies that spend millions upon millions of dollars into like a quadruple A, I guess at this point, title tend not to do it for like untested IPs. Like, there's a fear there. Their definition is 200,000, which, considering I've played like unheard of before games that sold 1 million pretty easily in like the first couple weeks of release, in my head I'm like, oh, that shouldn't be a problem. But at the same time, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to use my ADHD powers to factor in all like the elements of like the time it's coming out, you know, what they're doing to try to spread the word. But then you start thinking of things like they did the music of, I guess it was Shovel Knight, right? They did musical events. They sold tickets for those. They've done all these like interesting side things that feel, I guess, extravagant. Almost like vanity in level. And if you're at a point where you're like, we're trying to put a game out and we might have to fire a ton of people, I don't know if maybe top of your roster is let's rent out some concert halls and pay the band to play our music. Like, Genshin Impact was doing god tier numbers when they decided to fly those teleport points to the top of like mountains. Which even then I was like, well, there's a little bit of vanity. Like that, I'd actually, a part of me would hate to be on the podcast if we brought that up. Because I would probably bring up the whole, like, you guys did live music events, and now you're talking about firing people. Like, maybe the music events were, like, self-contained. And that's fine. Like, the make or break of the music event wasn't necessarily on Yacht Club. So it almost didn't matter. Like, maybe they'd get a cut, but, like, beyond that, it just didn't affect them as a business. Which, I mean, that's cool if that's how that worked out. But I really hate to see them go under for just general vanity. Ugh. Brutalis. Did they say how much Mina the Hollower was going to be on release day for cost? Was it like 20 bucks, 30 bucks? Okay. Considering how human beings work, I don't assume anyone remembers anything. Most of my life, I look at humanity as goldfish brain, right? Like, that's just what we are. We keep repeating the same processes. We keep doing the same exact things. Like, right now with the AI bubble and how everyone's like... They're comparing it to the internet bubble, and it's like, yeah, that's the point. Like, but we're still talking about it like it's going to be this titanic thing when it might not end up being that way. It might just be a glorified autocomplete. Okay, so if it's 30, it's coming out on the Switch. I don't see why they don't hit 300,000 minimum for sales. Like, right off the rip. I don't see them not hitting that. Although it got indefinitely delayed is what I heard. Like, that was part of the news report, was like, it's now indefinitely delayed, and this is the information we're throwing out there, that if this game doesn't do well, we have to fire people. Like, if the game comes out as a buggy mess and people get fired from Yacht Club, I don't know if Celia would be able to, like, do any of the shows for us, because, like, that would literally just be the chat at all times, right? Like, that would be the chat at all times. It's just like, tell us what your NDA did not tell us. Like, that's one of the core reasons MBG doesn't really come on as much. It's because he actually works, like, for a company, and they make games, and... like, if he comes on our show, like, there's always that run of a risk of him saying something that people take to mean something else, and next thing you know, he's getting a call. And then comes the moment where we have to explain that to people. And it genuinely feels like trying to deal with children at that point. Oh, we have to do this because of you. Well, it shouldn't be an issue. They should be able to say whatever they want. That's not how that works. Welcome to the adult world. It just gets really shitty. Because she seems to enjoy streaming like the retro games she plays over on Game and Talk. It'd suck for that all to be like, nope. Like, if there's been an indefinite delay, I'm almost certain she'll pop on. If she pops on this Saturday, she'll probably tell us before going live that she can't talk about it. Because, like, yeah. Really well. We'll be done with a good bit of time before I gotta get moving. Like I've been saying, probably around 7 o'clock, maybe a little after, we're gonna go live for a short game stream, specifically on Twitch. We're gonna play some Routine. I wonder if I should pre-install it on my gaming PC. That way I can run it at like super quality. Bam. Double check. Ooh. Lights out. Gorilla Radio. It's looking good. Need to be a little careful. The blue isn't super blacklight reactive, which is fine. You do pick it up a little bit, though. So, yeah. I'm going to post some pictures on the Discord and other places, of course. I'm going to maybe try to get the varnish sprayed on them pretty soon. Maybe even tonight on my way out, because I think it's dry. It's just cold. I just got to take the can out because the can's nice and warm, so it shouldn't be a big issue. But yeah. That means I got to get the guns prepped. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Again, keep an eye on the Discord because I'm probably going to go live around 7:30-ish for an hour or two of playing routine. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. I got to move around really quickly and get everything ready for that possible moment. Till then, later.